we're going to do an hour, 5 lockouts of mana tombs, and then we're going to do an hour, 5 lockouts of Steamvault, and we're just going to cycle that throughout the day. I'm going to try and put an end to this debate, although there will always be people who will argue it against logic, but we'll see. Set up my image. Save that one. And we're good to go. Alright, so we've done a scan of the auction house on our alt. So we're going to use that scan data the entire day. We're using Kiwi Farm, and for the price of items, we have common, market value, uncommon, disenchant value, rare. I'm going to put that to disenchant value. Epics, doesn't matter. Legendaries, okay. Start with mana tombs. I'm looking forward to going back in here. It's been a while. Gonna get some attack power food here. Actually, let's go Agi. It's better. More crit. And a little bit more. We're in our full PvE set. We're not using the Master Assassin because we don't need the hit. But we'll take the expertise from Shapeshifters. We got here 56 attack power, 44 and 23 crit. We'll keep 1,000 marks. It's better. Treachery's good. We have the belt if we really want it. Now let's put some poisons up. This is going to be RNG dependent. You know, you can get lucky with gems in SV and then not get any in mana tombs and vice versa. We're going to look at breakdown of the data throughout the whole day. We're going to look at the ores we get. We're going to look at chest loot. What it disenchants into. All that good stuff. Switch our specs. Chest is left. Sap the sorcerer here. Pull him. Quick. Oh, he slowed us. When his hands start to glow, that's when you want to kick him or stun him. These are fell iron chests. We don't get these in SV because they're lower level. And we get major manas, which are worth 20% of their super version component. We got frost protection shoulders. It's pretty nice actually. They won't be represented properly in the gold per hour because it's set to disenchant value, but the same will be true in SV. We'll figure that out later. Hello, is Stealth Farm good even if ore prices are a bit low? Yes, it's still great. I mean, look at this. You know, we're still getting massive amounts of gold. And the question is, what else are you going to do with your time? If you're gold farming, what's the alternative when prices go low? There's still nothing better. It's just not as good. But it's still the best. I do Strat as Paladin, it's decent. Yeah, it's great. Really, really nice. Paladins, mages, until it gets nerfed. Did you do it or try it when Blizzard implemented those changes a few days ago? And if so, how did it affect your farm? Another fell iron chest, low level chest, so not great. Yeah, it's currently lower gold per hour. Well, the changes have been reverted, as far as I know, unless there was a blue post putting them back up today, but they're not there anymore. So it should be the same gold per hour as it was. a nasty poison here. How much time we got left? 8 seconds. That's enough. I do like being able to use cannibalize again, you know, when you're killing things. It's such a nice ability ratio. Okay, we got a agility 5. Very nice. Switch back into Sut. I'm gonna distract early here.
What is this? You must forgive
Sap
me, but I
this
was not
guy.
expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no
Switch
matter,
back.
as I am a gracious host, I will
Need to kill these two. Now we don't have our adrenaline rush, but that's okay. Oh, we pulled the big guy. We can vanish if we need to. Here. Very sloppy, but I haven't been in here in quite a while. That's alright. Not yet, certainly. Road, certainly. Does spell hit still work for pickpocketing? If so, how much do I need? Yes, it does. Give me 1 second. Go and watch this video. The best gold farm and TBC anniversary, no NG edition. There's a pickpocketing section in there. It's comprehensive. It shows me picking a mob in Steamvault for 5 minutes, again and again and again. Pick every global with full spell hit gear on. Not full, but almost. And get no resists. But we got disconnected. Okay. Why is it disconnecting? They're very annoying. Sorry about this, guys. Are we back? I think we're back. Distract this guy. Disconnected again. Yes, we're back. Getting some strange network issues here. Oh, I don't have my vanish. I'm in trouble. I'm gonna die here, I think. This is really bad. Oh, luckily we didn't pull those. My god. We don't have our cloak. This is bad. Wow. Crazy. Rich Addy, we're back. Yes, nice one. We got a noble topaz. That's very nice. Very nice. Lamina, I think we'll just eat that. Not worried about time here. We'll make up these minutes easily. My main goal is to get 5 runs in Mana Tombs in 1 hour and 5 runs in Steamvault in 1 hour. Bro, can I see your gear? Sure. This is my PvE raiding gear. We have Mask of the Deceiver in the head. It's from the badge vendor. And it's comparable. It's the same as the tier 2 helmet in terms of like stats. There's a couple of stats that are different, but they're actually equal when you get their attack power values at the end of it. Reset. We have Bisneck, badge vendor, Wastewalker shoulders and gloves to get that 35 hit set bonus. Drape of Dark Reavers, Biss until Black Temple. Best card of the Conniver. It's not Biss, but it's very good. No chest left or right. Spy Mistress's wrist guards, which are not Biss, but very close. Blink Strike in the main hand, Latros in the offhand. Spine Sever, it's the world first Spine Sever. I got it in a pre-patch. Wowhead put that video up on the site. Bloodlust Brooch from badge vendor. Abacus of Island Odds. Ring of 1,000 Marks from Kara. Shapeshifter Signet for the expertise. Bell leather boots because I haven't gotten Moreau's. Haven't even seen them yet, but these are still very good. Tier 4 pants. Girdle of Treachery from Kara Chess, and the gloves. We have another Fell Iron chest here. Just swap back to combat. think we'll sap the sorcerer here. And deal with the kicks. Wow. Maybe not then. I get it. You better believe it, Exotech. We're doing an MTSV comparison. We just got a noble topaz from a mine. The first run, which is very nice. Does feel good to be able to kill things again in a stealth farm. Won't feel good. And they bring those changes back in, right? For now, it's tasty. Another fell iron chest. Darkcasters do a DOT. We can cloak that. Priest's heal and the sorcerers summon in lots of little ads. So I think we'll sap the sorcerer. Keep him over there for now. Cooling energy here, just in case we see those glowing hands. Or kick. There they are. We weren't fast enough. Both chests already. It's nice basically having a free sprint in SV. We need to keep that for pulls. And here we can just zoom. Chests are done, so we're just looking for mines now. We gotta kill this guy. When I hear your voice, I feel sorry that I'm straight. Bro, you're killing me. Man. Alright, we'll sap the spellbinder. Float that poison. Would vanish, but let's just kill him, right? One thing I have to get used to. Spec swapping. You're in my house now. Quite a bold statement.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter. As I am a gracious host, I will tend to you. Personally.
He's definitely sleeping on the job. Alright, run number 3. Does Manitoum's farm require good gear? Not really. The better you are at the class, the less gear you need. If you don't have great gear, you know, those 3 packs, you sap one, burst your cooldowns on the other one, and you know, if you're low on health and you've used all your tricks, you can vanish. You know, it'll just take you longer with less gear to do the runs, but it's pretty easy. do like the music in here a lot more. Let's see. And there's something about Manitoums that's very nostalgic, because everyone who's played TBC, whether it was original TBC or TBC Classic re-release or this one, private servers, everyone and their grandmother has been in MT and played MT a lot. But Steamvault's not so much. So it definitely tickles that nostalgia nerve. Call it Addy chest. Good stuff. We got here. There's two. Oh, three. It's a Sapa Darkcaster. Let's pool our energy. That's why you want to... Bollocks. I mean, the end of the day. The end of the world. You got me. Whoa. I'm gonna die here. Not a good look. It's alright. We just need 5 in an hour. That was some rocky stuff. He hit me with 2 Shadow Word Pains. He cloaked the first one. The second one, I'm not respecting those guys. I should have evasioned as well. It's alright, we haven't been in here in up 100 runs of Steamvaults. We need to get back into it. Both chests now. Just need to grab the mines. Alright, thanks. You're welcome, brother. If you do that in Thraxos 13, if you do it in Heroic, you can get better loot from the chests and more nodes. Yes to your first question, no to your second. You can get this chest, and maybe I'll pop it into Heroic after this run, after the 5 runs, because I'm doing this comparison. You can get the 2 chests in that room on Heroic, but you have to use the NG boots and Frost Grenade strat. I got this chest on heroic using the NG strat as well. But the other ones later into the dungeon, it's too mob dense. There's nowhere to run. Now, to think of it, if we can find a lost position, we can vanish click or click vanish strat. Oh my old friend. Forgot about that. We got loot here. Yeah, we need to go check all the chests in the heroic dungeons with the new click vanish loss strat. That is annoying as all hell. Create distance before you vanish. I have a macro, my sap. That I stopped using because of that, what you just saw there. Because I don't use combat spec anymore. Forgot to switch it. This is where you should be using the pickpocket macro. Have a pickpocket macro. I think it's this one actually. Target enemy, harm no dead, cast pickpocket, clear target, right? The problem is, can I do it now? I think I'll probably leave pickpocketing out of the comparison, because any spare time you have in MT or SV, you can use to pickpocket anyway, and it's the same loot, same chance to drop stuff, I'm pretty sure. So they cancel each other out. Only difference would be because you can clear MT faster, you can pick more pockets potentially. Pop a swiftness bot just to get ahead of time. It's a roach step in here. So we're currently at 226 gold per hour, and that's with a noble topaz. If we had a noble topaz in SV at this point, the start of our 4th run, we'd be up in the 350 to 400 range. Now that's a nice chest. It's very annoying. Actually gonna this guy. Summon them in anyway. I think Kick is really working on that guy. I need the kidney shot. Okay, bro, I'll check out your macro. Wait, yours is the step. Shadow step macro. I'm pretty sure this isn't what I will use, especially in SV. Because can you guarantee that it will never pickpocket? You can't guarantee that. Like if I don't want it, you say you just keep moving and it won't pick. But you can never guarantee that you're going to be able to keep moving. That's the problem. It's not safe. That's the issue. I get it. I can see how it works and stuff. If that is your macro, because I looked at it yesterday. Problem is, there's that 1 in 50 shot that you pick and you're in Bloodfang and you get a resist, you're dead. And that is enough. But I could be wrong. But let's test it. I'm gonna spec swap. Do it again. But I'm almost positive that I won't be using it because it carries that risk. And that's a big problem. Okay, so it doesn't pick when you're moving. Nice. When you stand still, it does pick. It's not safe, dude. Because there's going to be instances where you're going to get behind a mob and you don't want to move, or you stop moving. You're going to forget about it. You're going to resist, and you're going to die. I get the convenience, but I wouldn't use it in SV because of that risk. An unnecessary risk. You got a corium, nice. But it is smooth. I like that it doesn't pick. So I'll use it until it kills me. I missed the chest. Did I? One. Yeah, I missed the chest. That's nice. The clear target's very nice. Is my daft in the head? Where the hell is the chest? I'll move through and see if I can get it on the way back out. Plenty of time. It's in general there. It won't pickpocket if you don't stop. Go try it. It won't pick if you don't stop. Yep. Wouldn't let my rogue bros down. It's not that, man. It's never anyone's intention to let people down. I do like how smooth the see, that right there is an issue. I just wanted to move through and target this guy. And I needed to wait for a minute and do some wiggling. And it picked. That's going to get you killed. That's the problem. That is the problem.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter. As I am a gracious host, I will tend to you.
No. Then again, I'm not used to it, so. But. I'll try to get used to it. But that is gonna 100% get a rogue killed. Trade-off is convenience, and it is very convenient, The trade-off is convenience with a risk. And when I'm making the farming videos, it's all about mitigating risk. You know, people are like, oh, you don't need to use consumables for the pulls. Check this video out where this guy did the pull without consumables. Yeah, he did it once without consumables and recorded it. But do 100 pulls in a row with no consumables and see how many times somebody dies. It's a single cherry-picked pull that's not indicative of every pull you're going to make. But if you're going to make a farming guide, you need to create pulls that are repeatable as they're seen in the video. Otherwise, it's disingenuous. And that's all about making it safe. That's why consumables like FAP, or if you're not using FAP, you know, improve sprint, or having the PvP trinket. And you have to include that information, because if you don't, like, there's two types of lie. And I'm not calling anyone here a liar, by the way. There's two types of lie. You have to be really careful about the second one, because we all do it time to time. The first type of lie is a lie by commission. It's when you say something that you know isn't true. That's an obvious lie. That's a child's lie. The second type of lie is a lie by omission. That's when you leave things out that are relevant to the truth. That without that information, you don't have the truth. And this is the lie that a lot of people fall into the trap without even knowing it, you know. Let's reset. And when you omit important information that's relevant to the truth, then what you're saying isn't true. Now, the reason why people omit things is often, most of the time, just due to ignorance or not being aware of the additional information that's very relevant and needs to be included in the overall statement, claim. And that's fine, because we live and we learn. But when people know some piece of truth and leave it out on purpose, that's a lie by commission. Sorry, a lie by omission. With intent. So I'll hear people saying, you know, Manitombs is better gold per hour, yada yada yada. It's like, okay, they probably just aren't aware because they haven't done a lot of Steamvault runs. So they just don't know. You know, or look, this is how much I pulled out of the Manitombs today, and they'll clip one gold per hour thing. It's like, okay, that was a really good hour you got there. You got a couple of gems, you know, yada yada yada. Now show me like 10 hours of information. Put it all together and give me the average. Let's see. See, that's gonna get me killed, bro. I gotta take that off. I'm picking when I don't want to be picking. If I gotta resist there and he was close, I'm dead. Can't do it. I could probably train myself to use that macro, but then I've got one more thing on my mind for the pull that I have to be worried about. It's unnecessary. You know, I don't, when I want to pickpocket, I put on my pickpocketing set and I pickpocket. But when I want to pull, I don't want to be picking pockets and getting resists. Convinced me to learn this SV, so I did. Now I have to convince you to use this macro. You can't convince me now. I know how it works. Gonna get me killed. Nice little macro though. Is Manitoum's much lower gold than SV? It is. But I came in here to prove that today. NMT since Vanish isn't valuable, PPing every mob is worth it in my humble opinion. Yeah. Pretty good take actually. Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. Maybe at the end of the run on the way back out. That's when I have... I guess this is my 5th run? Yeah. I'm rusty as hell, right? I haven't been in here in weeks. And I did like 50 runs just to have a look in the middle of my Steamvaults stuff. So I need to warm back up to it again. Obviously, I'm very slow here at 56 minutes, halfway through my 5th run. I got a corium, nice. But once you get, smooth at this, faster, you have way more time to pickpocket. Which is definitely in addition to the gold per hour. Gotten so many great gems from PP. 100% Howie. Can also sap farther than the PP range. I think it's because your muscle memory has ingrained in stop to sap, so you're sopping. It's just a simple... I'm not going to argue with this dude. It's going to get me killed at some point. Just understand that. That's why I won't use it. Oh, I don't have any poisons on. What am I doing? Shiving. Only upside I can see to MT is rich out of spawns fairly often. I've personally never gotten anything good from pickpocketing there. Find SV far more consistent. It is definitely more consistent. Yeah, you get rich addies in here, but one rich addy every couple of runs doesn't make up for 2 extra fell iron in every run that give motes of fire as well, and more chance at mine gems. But the mine gems are very low. Of course, that's fair. It's all about comfort. Not really about comfort, it's about risk. Agreed. Do you pickpocket every single mob? I get at least 1 gem from pickpocket every 5 runs. 1 gem from pickpocket every 5. I suppose if you do every mob, that might be reasonable. That still seems a little high though. But every mob, maybe.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company.
Okay,
As you can see, we
that's our first hour done in MT. We got 208 gold per hour.
as I am a
Let's
gracious
pause this.
host, I will tend to you.
208 gold per hour. And that's with a noble topaz. Ah, it didn't count that, did it? Yeah, because I have it on disenchant value. Let's put it on market value. Wait. What do you guys think? Is it better to have the rares on disenchant value so that it eliminates gems? And then we can get a gold per hour estimate just based on the ores and the greens and the things that are more solid in the farm. And then we can just add a noble topaz or whatever gems pop after. I think that's probably better, because if we get really lucky in MT and get like a topaz or 2 rubies, it's gonna skew much higher. Vice versa, if we don't get gems in MT but we get really lucky in SV, it's gonna skew it higher. So I think probably it's better to leave it like this and just get our gold power off the disenchant value of the greens and the ores, and then we can add the value of the gems to each hour at the end. That's what I'm gonna do. Give me 1 sec. Okay, let's go back to chat. Get K farm up. That's paused. Let's do this. This. Now we have a screenshot for gold per hour and the topaz. That was empty first hour.
Choose wisely. Remember the sun well.
Strength and agility we want. I do like that you get cloth out of MT as well though. So you can make bandages. It's nice quality of life. Hey, did you put the pickpocket macro up by the way? Exotech? Because I really like that. That's awesome. The one button spam. Oh, and we got a Rogue's Diary. This. I'm using that macro since yesterday, and it rocks. It's awesome. The fact that you can do it without opening your bags as well. So nice. Really, really, really nice macro, that one. Okay, that's paused. We got everything we need. We're gonna head into... You mean the frog step? No, the pickpocket macro. This one. Thought that was you. Show tooltip, pick lock, use or opens them if they're unlocked. And if they're not unlocked, it casts pick lock and scans through whatever's in your bag and then picks it. One button. You can just spam it and it will unlock, open, unlock, open, unlock, open. Thought that was you. The junk box macro, yeah. Yeah, thank you for that one. It's a banger. I like it a lot. I'll add it to my macro video and I'll clip your name in there. Need a quick bio break. And I'll be back in 2 and we'll do 5 rounds of Steamvaults. Alright, we're back. I think I'll modify that macro a little bit to include the lockboxes as well. Should work. I don't know if any of you were watching the stream last night when I showed the Dimensional Ripper shenanigans, where you can cheese it. You can you can click on this, quit the game just as its cast bar is about to finish. And if you do it correctly, you get your time right, you guarantee one of the buffs that you get from using that. There's like I think a 50% chance, something like that, that you'll get some kind of buff. It will either turn you into another race or give you a slightly larger buff, slightly smaller buff, evil twin, and so on. And normally when you use it, it teleports you. You get a 4-hour cooldown and you get a chance to get one buff. But if you cheese it, when you log back in, the cooldown hasn't activated and you're guaranteed a buff. And you can stack the buffs to get all of them, in theory. Well, in reality, you can do that. So we did that last night. We had 5 buffs before I was too late and I hit the lockout on it. Now, when I logged back in again, they were gone. So they don't remain at logout. And speed clearing and parsing guilds use this trickery to make themselves bigger so that they can hit Fell Mist and Nightbane in the air and do more DPS and clear faster. I thought when I logged in I would be the massive Night Elf male rogue that I was last night, but I was not. We also started a hardcore character last night, got him to level 6. When we were pickpocketing mobs in the starting area, we got 3 minor healing potions, which gave me the realization that you can get most of the benefit of alchemy without being an alchemist in hardcore. Because if you want healing potions, this is solo self-found, of course. If you want healing potions, you can just go and do a pickpocket run and get healing potions, which is really, really powerful. We also got, in the starting area, we picked items that were worth 20 and 22 copper. When you kill mobs, you get items worth 7 or 8 copper sometimes. So I'm going to do some hardcore content as well, and we're going to focus on pickpocket farming and stealth farming in solo self-found hardcore. Okay, so we've taken our screenshot of the Mana Tomb's first hour, not including the gem values, and we screenshotted the gem as well. Let's finish, start. Morning, Samwise. It's locked. And we have this mine. So we're going to get that mine and that chest in one run, hopefully. One pull. The crippling poison on here. I have heard others say hearsay is a dangerous thing. You get most gems from pickpocket. You get most gems from chest, I would say. Pickpocket, and again, if you're pickpocketing every mob, maybe. You never know until you test. How do you cheese the transporter? I'll show you later. Blocks are heroic, with that ping would give me anxiety. Yeah, we'll keep the rares on disenchant, because all of the rares you get now from either dungeon, even the ones that people used to buy because they're good, don't buy them anymore. It's probably actually a slight loss for SV since there's 70 items. You're right about pickpocketing and Manitombs. It's a good point. We can pickpocket a lot more in Manitombs because we have way more time to pickpocket. So that's definitely a factor. And as I get better with MT and smoother throughout the day, I'll start to incorporate more pickpocketing. We'll still leave the gems out, and at the end we'll add them up with their values. Maybe we'll do like the first few hours leaving gems out, and then the second half of the stream we'll add the gems. Maybe. We didn't pick anything MT, so we're not going to pick any here. So the the first 2 hours will be non-bucket data. Orium, nice. Blood Garnet, best of the uncommons. Poor man's living ruby. X. X. Cav C. Thank you for the follow, bro. Appreciate it. The noise is so loud. It scares the shit out of me. Alright, we're gonna do this. Pull the Bog Lord. Pull these guys. Big long run. Boots, swiftness back. Open the chest. And get the mine. Hopefully, we'll get some nice... I'm gonna distract him early. We'll get some nice positioning on these Ellies. So we can get that chest. This is looking really good. There's a macro with FAP in it that we're not going to use because we want to hit our swiftness first. Okay, let's pull. This is bad. Okay, we've got time. See, I thought initially that we wouldn't really be able to sap and control these pulls because we have to be down there to pull. But in fact, we can see these Ellies from here where they're going to be. So as long as we're here, we can actually do that. So that's what we're gonna do this time. Still have 2 minutes. Gonna be a little bit behind time. Youngin, I like your shiny bald head. Thank you. I like it too. Yo man, love this game and I want to improve on it. Hit me up on Discord to squad up. Ghost IQ 0. Join the Rogues Diary Discord, bro. I am there. Morning. 15 runs now without a gem. Happens. You're in a drought. Never fear. The Ellies are not great. Can't pull here, obviously. And we can't distract him. His 10 seconds there is not enough time for them to go down here, come back out. It's more like 20 seconds. So we'll wait for them to do another path and see how they are then. Maybe we'll slow him. Oh, he's going to come up here. They're going to be there and there. Then he's going to come back down. They're going to be there and there. So we'll slow him, I think. Didn't know you were on Thunderstrike. Followed your streams, they're brilliant. Thank you, I appreciate that very much. Nice one. I'm going to add you as a friend. We can do some rogue shenanigans together. I have plans. I'm going to slow him. About 2 minutes on the belt. This looks really good. So we're going to go without the belt. And just pray. Want to keep my swiftness, so I'm not going to use a healing pot here. Here comes the Boglord. Full pot early. We will have our belt for getting through these packs here. So our blind isn't going to be off in time. Uh-oh, we're going to belt now. We're going to prep, sprint. This is bad. Probably not going to be able to get that mine now. he's on the way back. We'll leave the mine. Reset, go again. There were 15 minutes. We've got 3 minutes to make up. Get the food buff. Worth it to kill the non-elite elementals for motes of water. I haven't done that in probably over a month. You need a vanish for it. And if we have a vanish, we'd rather keep that. Do extra pickpocketing, which will get you more money. So that's unlocked. We'll get it on the way out with an NG pull. Should be nice and fast. We'll probably be able to make up our 3 minutes. Maybe not 3, but take a chunk out of the last run anyway. And find the disc. Pinged in the pinned comment under each of my videos, but it's there for you now. SV is more fun to watch. Oh, definitely. It's more fun to do as well. 100%. It's more novelty as well because lots of these pulls are new, brand new, whereas everyone and their grandmother has seen SV a million times. Sorry, MT. I think for the purposes of the comparison, when we do look at gems, we're not going to factor in the type of gem. We are going to factor in the number of gems dropped. What I mean by that is how many gems dropped from MT and how many gems dropped from SV. Because the gem drop rate, if it's different based on the level of the mobs or the level of the chest, doesn't really matter what gem drops, because once the gem has rolled to drop, after that it rolls type of gem to drop, which is RNG. So we just want to focus on, and that'll be the same RNG for MT and SV, I think. What may be different is the gem drop rate. Two failures in a row. Okay. Sometimes you're overcomplicating your polls, and I get it that you also do educational content. Usually my runs are 8 to 9 minutes, taking all chests and nodes plus modes. It's true that I don't bother with the first chest spawn and the first node spawn. I mean, you've answered your own question. The first chest and node, that was the overcomplicated pull. And I do that at this stage because pulls are so easy to do individually. And if I can get 2 in 1, I want to practice that to get better at it, so that those pulls become uncomplicated for me. That's how you get better and better. But I get what you mean. It's a fair point. I could have just taken that chest, you know, with a simpler version of the pull and left the mine, and we would have been under 12 minutes. But I like the challenge, you know. But you're right that I overcomplicated it. When you go inside a fresh SV run, everything is in perfect position for the pulls on chest 2 to 5. So basically the first thing I do is just do those. When I first enter SV, chest 1 is perfect for a pull, because the water alleys are just coming up. That on the way out. Because the water alleys are just coming up, and even if it's locked, you can try it with NG and risk it. For chest 2, if it's unlocked, and even if it's locked, I'll often try with NG first. In that case, you have to pull up the stairs, and you have to wait a little bit there. Like you have to wait an extra 20 seconds. So it's not necessarily perfect, because you don't want the second pack of Ellie's to be in the way when you get back. Actually, yeah, no. I was gonna say, you could be right there. If you take the chest from, let's say the chest is there, and you, well, it is there, and you open it from over here, you probably won't pull these Ellies, but if they're there, and you click the chest, it might aggro them. As for 3 to 5, you gotta wait for these, I think, but let me check. You could be right. I could learn something here. I hadn't noticed that pattern. I think I would have by now. I think for 3, 4, and 5, you still have to wait for the Ellie and for the patrol. What am I doing? let's try this then. Even though they're going to be there. Try and open it from here. But then we have less time because they come down this way, right? I'll wait a little bit for them. But let's see, focus that now, what you said. You selling gems now or keeping for phase 2? I tried to sell 5 Star Balloon last night and they wouldn't sell. So I just stuck them in the bank. We'll wait for P2 for those. I always do it with the trill way. I have my timers of waiting in the water, but otherwise the pull is in perfect position. You have to do 1 distract for chests 2 to 5 as soon as you enter. Well then, they're not in perfect position. You have to distract. Bear in mind, I'm only referring to the trill pulls, not the NG ones. Okay. At least that would be Def and I've used for perfect. You don't have to modify them in any way, and you can go straight away. I've kind of scuffed that because I got that mine first. So used to doing that. Actually, I'll do that another time because I'm focusing on gold per hour here. I don't want to add other people's methods in because I have to learn them and I could make mistakes. I just want to do it the way I'm comfortable with so we can accurately assess MT versus SV. Exodus 3rd just followed. Thank you, bro. A little bit late here for this pack. Okay. Was that I reached a following goal? Okay, nice. Are you testing what we already know for the non-believers? Yes. But I also want to make a little video as well on the comparison. Put out a poll. It's got like, I don't know, 200 or something votes. And it's around 80-20 SV to MT. And it was a specific question: which gold farm is more gold per hour? So 1 in 5 people think MT is more gold per hour. So we're gonna move these people from the abyss of ignorance. bollocks. This is a problem. Go this way then. It is nice when you get comfortable with the basic pulls and then comfortable with the more advanced side of it, so that when something goes wrong like that, you can recover it. You're so used to your toolkit. Yeah, please do. Record your runs. Stick them on the Discord. I would really appreciate that. That's a great idea. Thank you. I can have a look at them. Everyone can have a look at them. And yeah, we can make the farm better, faster, smoother. So yeah, please do. Nice one, bro. When we combine the S tier abilities of all of you guys, we're going to push this class through the roof. A third Steamvault for 32 minutes. Okay, good. 12, 24, 36. Okay, good. All of the strats are thanks to you. No, they're thanks to me and Trill and a number of rogues in the community and all of the rogues who went before and made the earlier, more basic versions of these, the community thing. I have added some value, and yeah, that's the honest truth of it. I just observed some patterns and timings. Hey, you and me both, bro. That's it. That's what we do, you know. We observe patterns and timings. Did I get everything? Reset. Got that one. No. Ah, yeah. We were waiting for this one. Yeah, we watch other people's content, older content. Come up with new ideas. Push it further. So we're in the exact same boat. You and Trill combined. Yeah, and Sexy Fiend, Mindfake, and Richard Pictures, and the boys who added the water walking tech. Samwise with the trinket. Yeah. I think the two innovations, methods, whatever you want to call them, that are the most impressive and game-changing to me are this, that the clicking of the chest is what pulls the mob, not the cast. So if that had failed, we could have clicked it again. Even when he returned to position, it'll cast up and open and we won't pull. That has completely changed the game for me. Now I have to go back into every single dungeon in Classic, TBC, and Wrath and apply that to push the gold farms in each of those places higher. And the other one is slows sap to step. Now, I was already sapping this guy so I could step to him when coming out of the Boglord, but it was Slow's use of sapping the guy in a particular position here so that you could step back to them that gave me the idea that we can also sap things in a certain position and let the rest of the guys move and then range pull that to leash other mobs and pull them from a great distance away that wouldn't normally be possible. Now that requires, that is a whole other layer of strategy, which I can't wait to apply to all the farms. It's our last run. And even without a gem, we're at 255 gold per hour. Although the gem wouldn't have counted, right? Because we didn't count the last one. So that's unlocked. So we're going to go straight away with NG. And again, these are in a bad position because if I go up to the top of the stairs and they're here, clicking on the chest could pull them. So I wait for them to be here, which means a resap. Lars MSR just followed. Thank you for the follow, brother. You're helping me to reach my goals. Appreciate it very much. Nice one. Right, we sapped. These Ellies are in a great position. We're going to distract these two. You can hop if you can't see the distract target. Might be a little close. Might pull. But we have, we're not going to get a sprint. We'll probably get it when we get to the bottom of the stairs, actually, which is alright. Lapping, gouging. Oh, he blocked it. Good. Now we have our sprint. Are there any chests in Wrath of the Lich King dungeons? My immediate response was, of course. But now you're making me think. Did they remove them from Wrath dungeons? I don't know. I can tell you this. When I found this in the pre-patch, before the portal opened, that was proof that you can get TBC epics in the pre-patch. We can do that for Wrath as well. And there's 3 epics that you can get from Wrath lockboxes. And 2 of them are an homage or reference to the Spine Sever and the Nightblade you can get from TBC boxes. In Wrath, it's called the Dusk Blade. It's level 80 and it's the exact same weapon with better stats. And it's not called Spine Sever, it's called Spine something else. And it's the exact same weapon thrown with better stats. And we can also get Crawl Blade, which is obviously a reference or homage to the Prebis one-hand sword from Classic. And we can get that in Wrath as well. Lockboxes. So 3 epics. We can also get 3 or 4 blue items. A puzzle ring, 2-handed caster staff. Puzzle ring is a caster ring. And I think 1 or 2 other blues. And I think 1 or 2 of them are Prebis or close to it. So the loot that we can actually sell is a lot more. So we're going to be hunting in the Wrath pre-patch, doing the same lockbox farm and trying to get world first epics on the Rogue's Diary. So I'm sharing that with you guys now. Try to remember when we get closer to Wrath. I'll show you them. The items, the Wrath ones. I have them on the Rogues Discord, saved in a secret place. When we finish this run, have a little sneak peek. The future. Get some cake. Fails. I don't think there are. You could be right about that. How much gold per hour you got in Manitombs versus Steamvault? We've only done 1 hour in Manitombs and 1 hour in Steamvault so far. But in Manitombs we got just over 200 gold per hour in the first hour. That's not counting gems. For now, we did find one noble topaz, but we could have easily found a noble topaz in here as well. So the gems we're leaving out of it because they're heavily RNG and they heavily skew the gold per hour. We will have a little look-see at that when we get into the pickpocket section. We're done, aren't we? Let's hearth. Let's use our ghetto hearth macro. And let's pause this. So our gold per hour here, 267. Screenshot that. Mana tombs, first hour, 207 gold. That's from getting all the veins, all the chests, 1 hour, 5 runs, 207 raw gold. Sorry, 207 gold. Sorry. Gold total 212. Gold per hour 207. I was over a little bit. Let's call it 212 then. How is that 206 but gold per hour 267? I got 206 there. Huh. Now it says 46 minutes. But we didn't do 46 minutes. We did an hour. Oh shit. I missed the reset. Bollocks. Excuse me, guys. I thought we were at 5. But we got one more to go. So let's go and do one more Steamvaults. But you can see we have 206 gold from 4 runs. Gold total. 206, 4 runs. 212 from 5. You don't get Kara Gruel gear on the rogue, where you go Bloodfang for style. Yeah, Yoda for style. I have. It's my raiding setup. I'm missing a lot of pieces. Got very bad raid loot RNG. But yeah, Bloodfang for style. Whenever I can wear Bloodfang, I will. I was faster doing Steamvaults than I was doing Mana Tombs. 5 runs. That's how rusty I am with Mana Tombs. The other thing to factor in about SV is the cost of consumables. Do you participate in Thailand activities? Why do I get the feeling that activities has some kind of a spin? Let's resume. Can you define activities? I want to get baited. This is the same ID. We're on fire today, boys. There's a lot to do. There is. All right, let's assume benevolence and no ulterior motive on your part. I do not participate in my activities at the moment. I don't do Muay Thai, for example. I'm focused on Azerothian activities. Unlocked. Nice. There is a lot to do, but my number one focus right now is growing the channel, growing the stream, growing the Discord, and putting out World of Warcraft Rogue content that nobody's seen before, or that people haven't put the effort in to produce before. My goal. And maybe throw out a few secrets along the way. Started using that step. And the alleys are in the way. It's working quite well. Big problem with the alleys, if you do pull them, because there's 5 of them. When you try to create distance and vanish, because there's 5 hits coming through, you will often find that if you're close to them at all and vanish, they'll just ignore it. It'll spell batch through, or they'll get a hit in after you've vanished. But with the step, you get that speed boost, plus that kind of, whatever it is, 200 ms before they realize what's going on. They're like, oh, and you're already away and vanished. Nightlife, maybe beach stuff, I guess. I always wanted to go to that island. They shot the movie The Beach and hike and see the lagoon. Yeah. Well, I've done all the nightlife stuff. I've done a lot of that. And it's fun. But I did go out a few times here, but Jesus. Kosan Road, and you end up in situations you'd rather not have been in. And they're fun at the time. But when you wake up 2 days later and you're depressed, you feel like shit for a week. Like, maybe I've done enough of this. Maybe I've seen all there is to see in this particular aspect of life. The beach, I was just down in Hua Hin for a week with my friends. Nice. I did go to the beach. I went for like a quick jog and then to jump in the water. And when I was jogging back down, I got lost. I ran past my friends and I didn't know where they were. So I was literally on the beach like an hour and a half, running up and down, trying to find them. I was absolutely shattered by the end of it. But I did get a nice tan. I got invited out to go to the Chinatown by two of the 7-Eleven girls who work in my local shop a few weeks ago. So I went out with them for fun. And one of them just kept trying to buy me things. Just the most useless shit. Like, I'm kind of minimalist. I don't want stuff I don't need. I want like everything I own right now, I can fit in my backpack. 2 laptops, this mic stand equipment, 2 pairs of trousers, 3 or 4 pairs of socks and jocks, t-shirts. That's it. And I like to keep it that way, so it's like nice and light. And she's walking me around. I buy for you. And she's picking up some pink phone case or some shit like that. I'm like laughing. No, thank you. She was trying to be polite, but she was also trolling me. When we got to the wig section, we had some fun there. I buy for you. Big mohawk, rainbow mohawk wig. You look so beautiful. I have to admit, it looked good. So I do little bits and bobs here and there. Mainly I focus on playing World of Warcraft. We're gonna let this run because Manitombs was at 1 minute, 1 hour and 1 minute. So we'll let this get to 1 hour and 1, and then we'll pause it. But at the minute we're sitting at 50 gold more from SV than from Manitombs. not counting gems. That's 25% more significant amount. No. And that's most likely not going to change. Because what are we really looking at here? We're looking at the value of ore. We're looking at the value of disenchant value from greens, which is the same from the other chests. We're looking at the mana potion value, scroll value, and raw gold from chests, plus the gas cloud. Okay, let's use our ghetto hearth macro again. I'll show you a sneak peek here. The wrath stuff. It's my secret. The secret stash. Here we go. Wrath of the Lich King. Lockbox loot. Got the crawl cleaver. It's going to be pre-raid base or in the top 5. So if we can get one of these early, it'll be really nice. Although I'm not sure. I think daggers might be base off the rip. Need to check. Anyway, warriors will probably want this. The Duskblade, which can also be used by druids, so there'll be a bigger market for it. So it'll be easier to sell. And it's armor pen, which is the same, stacks 3 times. The Nightblade is the same. It's not called armor pen, then it's just debuff, lowers your armor, right? And then spine slicer instead of spine sever. Agility, stamina, hit, and attack power. Same speed. Same weapon, just more stats. And here's the blue. Twisted puzzle ring. Zabra's misplaced staff. Well, that's it, just 2 blues. Still, an extra epic and 2 blues. That can be feral, or mages, or boomy, like, big market for that. And the ring as well. So, looking forward to doing some... Oh. You gotta click it a few times to get the "you have left the group" countdown. Here we go. Send this over the alt. Did we get any protection bits? I think so. Strength we keep, agi we keep. That's it. What server do you play? EU, Thunderstrike, PvE. You seen the White Lotus Season 3? Brother, haven't even seen the White Lotus Season 1.
Remember the Sunwell.
Seen the Black Lotus, Rama series, circa WoW Classic. There we go, let's pause that. We'll screen it. I'm gonna kill this one. So hour by hour, gold total 212, 251, gold per hour 250, 207. Then when you factor in the cost of consumables for an hour in SV, maybe it's not as big a difference as I first thought. That's what we're trying to do here on the Rogue's Diary. Uncover the truth on a horse. We need to repair anything? Nah, we're good. PvE? PvE? With your double question marks? Yes, PvE. There are some seriously nice benefits playing on PvE servers, and the economy is one of them. Now we're going to reset. Oh, we got an 8-minute lockout. Let's have some fun. I'll show you the NG Trinket trick, and we'll see if we can get it to proc. And I would love to be a gnome again. I like seeing what tier 2 with the 2 swords looks like on every race. We got dwarf, male night elf, female orc, and gnome so far. And the gnome looks so good. It looks so good. Right, give me 1 second. What are we doing? We're ordering some food. And we're doing some NG Trinket shenanigans. All right, so if you're on a Mac, you have to do this. Make your window smaller thing. There's probably a command like Alt F4 on Mac. I don't know it. You Alt F4 right at the end of the cast here. On a Mac, you shut the game down. It's probably a little early there. But when it comes to this, it's better to be early than late. The wild, hilarious monologue by a guy that had definitely had enough fun in Thailand. Yeah, way too early. You don't think I'm poking fun? I've actually always wanted to go and live there. No, dude, poke fun as well. It's all good. Not a snowflake. It's all good. It's the reason why I came to Southeast Asia. I have lived in Vietnam for 7 years, about 7 years ago. And it's hot. Weather's really good. People are nice. It's very low crime. It's very safe. And it's very cheap. Okay, so we got our first buff. I'm smaller, but you see we have our trinket and we can use it again. So we can stack these buffs. A little bit too early, I think. You're smaller and a gnome. You're down to 1 bit. No, we weren't too early. We got our evil twin. So we're now nice and dark. Shadowy version of ourselves. Well, that looks cool though. That is super cool. Now we swap sets. So we need to re-equip. Our lockout looking like. Oh, we can go now. Keep this then. Bay farm. Session start. Chest is here. I'm smaller and I'm shadowy. That's good. I think we have a smaller hitbox, so we won't get clobbered as much when we're running away from things. Put our poisons on. Hosannas, what's up? Turn this light down a bit. Things are good, brother. We're doing MT SV comparison. Living Ruby, huge, huge. So we got a noble topaz in here in the first hour in MT. We didn't get any significant gems. I don't think we got any gems at all in SV in the last hour. It's the first run here of the second hour of MT. We hit a living ruby. Huge indeed. We did get the kickoff actually, just before he died. Uh-oh. Bollocks. Wow. Just left to vanish here. Shit, I'm dead. Annoying. SV Pro I may be, but in MT I'm still a rookie, it seems. got this poison bug. That Shadowward Pain is actually brutal. So we will fill out any extra time with pickpocketing.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter. As I am a gracious host, I will tend to you.
Combat is definitely more engaging. Well, there's combat. Full stop. Yeah, well, we've gotten back used to this again. We're not dying. Pickpocket's gonna be a nice addition. Nice. I haven't had a single ruby drop today and it's killing me. It was me yesterday, brother. Nightmare. That was both mines, was it? No, there's one there. Okay, we'll swap into our pickpocket set. We don't have vanish or prep, but if we die, we'll just reset. We've got just under 4 minutes. which one the leader is. The raider. Yeah, having access to more vantages here. You don't need them to open chests and stuff. Definitely makes pickpocketing less of a risk, which is very nice. Alright, we're at 24. So let's get out of here. I pause this because my food just arrived. I need to go down and grab it. Alright, resume. We reset, didn't we? We did. What for dinner? Chicken kebab. I can wait. Manitoums is life. I feel like it's gonna be a worm chest. God damn, I'm good. Just gotta tab target. Make sure you poke at the right time. Steel only chest. When we get the ores and the mines, we don't have to worry about wasting a vanish. We'll use the extra time to pickpocket. If you do pickpocket first, as you're moving through, and you get a resist, you have to use a vanish. And if you get unlucky on some of the packs, you have to use another one, potentially a third, and you're dead. Three Supermanas. Nice. This is our third run. 12, 24, 36. So we've got 6 minutes left. almost done, so we can pick everything in the whole dungeon.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter, as I am a gracious host, I will tend you.
Shield of frost protection cells. Sure, man. To be honest, you don't need your PP set here because they're much lower. They are much lower, that's for sure. And you're probably like 90% right. If you've got it, you're ensuring you're definitely at that 1% cap. So if you've got it, you might as well use it. You can probably hit cap against these mobs with just a couple of hits. Nine seconds to get out. Let's just open everything because I don't want my bags full of this. What's the move with Eternium? Sell it or hang on to it? Not sure, to be honest. Maybe just sell it. I'm not sure if there's something coming in phase 2 that requires Eternium. Maybe some of the rogues in the chat have a better answer. Oh, back to our old friend, the Star Balloon. 6 of them we got yesterday. Oh wow. Well, it's a good thing we didn't use our... Oh, we did. Let's see. Ah, let's just keep moving. Grab the mines, and as we're picking, coming back, we'll get this one. I just realized I've been incorporating my belt or boots into this run. Which is obviously an error. I'm getting 1 to 2 resist per run, so it's fine with Vanish CD. My run takes 9 to 10 minutes. 2 mine veins, 2 chests. Did you watch Project Hail Mary? Not yet, but I will. In my opinion, you're losing time with reversing back before Shafar. We want to pick everything anyway. We're not going to wait there for 3 minutes. Get a chest. And we could move forward. Get the mines. And then we're doubling back anyway to pick the pockets. I don't want to pick until I got the chests. So you can get unlucky with RNG against those mob packs and die. So we want Vanish. I do anyway. So 24, 36, 48 for 5 minutes.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter, as I am a gracious host.
To be honest, because I haven't run MT that much, I did 50 runs about a month ago. I'm still I'm not at peak. I'm not used to it. So I just want to play it safe. See, we got to resist there. Now I'm gonna just go straight for the chest. first. Oh, pull the other ones. Bad timing. My energy tick was the split second after his cast came off. Gotta get rid of the frogs that mackerel. My eviscerate back on the bar. Hey bro, how are you? Have a nice stream. Thank you, Zabibus. I'm well, thank you. And Manitim's doing some comparison work. And honestly, my Manitim's game is very rusty. So I need to practice. SV looks better. Yes, I believe it is. When you factor in the consumables, it's better, but it's a lot more work. Although when you get used to it, it's pretty much just as easy. Well, not just as easy, but it's a lot more effort
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting
to learn.
As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now.
But you're
But
right.
no matter.
From a strictly gold per hour
Gracious host,
perspective,
I will tend to you.
SV is definitely better. Is that Blink Spike Latro combo? Yes, it is, my friend. Makes sense. Easier work, more hours farm. Be right back. Have a nice farm, bro. Thank you, Zabibas. Legend. Legend. In MT, combat is the engaging, thrilling part of farm. And in in SV, it's the pulls. And in MT, it's the combat. Okay, we're done here. You can pause. $289 gold. That doesn't include the ruby. Thank you.
What do you seek? We will have justice.
Everything has a price.
They're masochists. Sorry, they're not masochists. They're sadists. They're sadists. This. How can you expect it to eat that? Where are we? It's huge. It's covered in sauce. And they don't give you a napkin. Sadist. Gonna be cultured today. Gonna pretend like this is actually a legit napkin, not my pal.
Remember the Sunwell.
Wow. Bro, what the hell? First green, 2 greater planers. Second green, 2 greater planers. Third green, large prismatic shard. That's insane. morning, Fat Snaps. How you doing, bro? Samwise, kind of mad. I've just had my first 5 runs in 44 minutes because not one chest was long. Not picking then. I suppose you don't have the spell hit gear, do you? Oh, we forgot the screenshot. Ruby? And the star balloon. Start the other rogue. Don't level your twink. Keep your twink for twinking. Get that other rogue up. The other gold farms are going to be nerfed soon. How are you doing, brother? I'm doing well. I'm gonna be a lot better once I finish the kebab, because I've been hungry for a little while. And when you're hungry, you lose focus. And when you lose focus, you die. And when you die, you lose gold per hour. Just want to see how much rubies are, because they were 89 gold yesterday. Okay. I mean, they're not going down. This is up. It's very slightly up, but it's still going up. Go topaz, 63. And stars. Yeah, I think we'll start saving these for phase 2.
Speak quickly. Our time will come.
What server are you on? European or NA? EU. Thunderstrike. PvE. 33 water walking. We got enough faps. Frosties. 5 runs. We're all good. I forgot to check how much that haul was total on the Ocean House. Yeah, I'm saving gems. Hello from Southeast Asia. Hello also from Southeast Asia. Whereabouts are you, Ruse? I'm in Bangkok. Don't remember if I moved it off the line. Thought that was almost bullseye. Five fresh runs. SV. Coming up in 2 minutes. Let's get K farm up. We screened it. That was Manitoum's 5 runs. Second. And we snapped the gems. Uh, so what was that? Noble Topaz, Living Ruby, and a Star Balloon from MT. And 2 lockouts. Not a single gem from SV in the last one. Gonna distract early here. Oh, start the session. Blocked. I think we'll take a chance on an NG pull here. It's a risk. So if we fail, like so. Okay, new rule. If it's locked, we always do trill pull. Another day, another of my favorite bold guy. Let's go. Let's go, Overlord. Overlord 991. I love it. Boldly ever after. Alright. Get some rubies in this run. Try and do this heartbeat one again. Oh. Sometimes you can step behind him and get away, and he won't pull. Wow, we were very fast. We got him already, didn't we? Yeah. couldn't have used our boots earlier. Star Loom. What's going on? But a double rare is always nice. Looted a minute ago, Rogue's Diary. Yeah. That's what I named the channel after. A very cool piece of class-specific lore. May it be the first of many. Snotty K. It's locked. Better turn off Discord, because it's making noises. Perfect. I don't really need to use swiftness here. We'll do the Samwise method here. got 3 minutes left. Got a pick. We got a spare vanish. I'm just gonna pick 3 minutes. We can probably get everything on the way to the door. Let's do that. I don't think that was a resist. Yeah, I sapped her. Oh, we got a gem from her. Star Balloon. Who'd have thunk it? Well, Star Balloon. Dice roll in here is massive. Oh, we got another resist. Oh, they tallied on top of us. What the hell? Okay, I guess we're dead here. Strange. Rarely, very rarely, they will tally on top of you. This is definitely a con. The Steam Vaults. You just don't really. Now, I know I did die in Mana Tombs earlier. Like I said, I've been in there a long time, and you forget the things you need to look out for and save your cloak for and so on. But you will generally almost never die in MT. The pickpocket risk is substantially lower. We're going to reset since we were coming out anyway. Don't know if I'm right, but I feel like if you're too high up the wall, they're more likely to tally onto you. I think that you're right. I've felt that before. Should have maybe repositioned after coming out of that boot sprint. Maybe when I hopped up, they had a line of sight on me or something. Tricky though, because if you're too low, although in that instance, it would have been fine to be low because we were so fast with the boots to get to position. There was no risk of any mobs being close to the safe spot and being able to peek us because we were too low. So yeah, a little bit lower down on that spot, I think. I would usually go lower because when you are low, they start to path to the water and then you can jump up on loss. Ah, yes. Stop going higher up the wall when you notice they stop moving. It can be tricky if they're too close. But yeah, I agree. Pickpocket risk is substantially higher in here. It's locked. We'll do a long pull. Feel like I lock out a lot faster in MT. Oh yeah, 100%. MT is a much faster lockout when you get it down. You can AH flip while waiting. Exactly. Can we do this now? Oh, lol. We have to move my frog step macro back. Wow, we had so much time. Look at that. Where are they? Ah, we had the mob chain right in the middle of the pathing and they split. Some of them came this way and some of them went back around this way. Gonna equip our cloaking device and grab this chest. Is it locked? No. Nice one. Steamvault 2436. Gotta resist. Right by the door. Be honest, when I got that last resist in the last run, or had to use the vanish, I should have just played it safe and come to the door. Oh man, I just recorded my 5-run session in MT. I guess it's best improved as possible. Want to check it out if I share it in DM on Discord? Yeah, DM me. I'm not going to check it now because I'm streaming, but I'll watch it later before I go to bed and implement anything I learn from it, which I'm sure I will. Are you able to sap into another sap without the mob just chasing your ass down? Not sure what you mean, buddy. Could you clarify a little bit? One was sapped, and he resisted, but he remains in sap. Even though I come out of stealth, and he's technically aggroed me, he's still sapped. Then the other guy comes after me. And I just tried to gouge him, but he blocked, or it missed, or parried or whatever. So I just shiv him, and then kidney shot. That's not locked. Lovely. We'll have that. Not locked. Nice. And we've got a prep in 18. Cool. So we're gonna go now. Well, for 750 gold worth it. I'd pay it. No problem. That's a couple of hours of farming, you know? And then you've got it for the whole of the expansion. And it's so good for so many things. Especially if you're learning farms. It's a 4K shield when things go bad. Good question about blind being affected by spit or hell spell hit. Hell spit, I was about to say. Hell spit kept. Can you somehow reduce the chance to miss it? Yes. Well, I can tell you this. 100%. When I do these runs naked, my blind has missed a number of times. It very rarely misses. Exceptionally rarely will it ever miss in my normal gear. When I'm naked, it misses a lot, as does gouge and, you know, shave, everything. You don't have anything, right? So it's definitely affected by something. What you could do is go onto Wowhead, click on the TBC tab, type in blind, and then have a look at it and see what the spell classification is. Pickpocket, for example, is a physical magic school spell, which is a very strange classification. If blind is the same, then it will be spell hit, I think. It affects it. Have I ever been banned because of doing this? No. And I won't be either. Nobody will. Mages, paladins in Classic, TBC and Wrath have been recording gold farms where they use safe spots and are killing mobs to get loads of gold and loot for decades. And Blizzard will ban your account if you do things that are against TOS. But these are not against TOS. Come in here, we mine, we open chests, we pickpocket. It's all perfectly legal. Twelve, 24, 36, 48. 3 minutes. Okay, to run solo dungeons until you sell that gold. 100%. All cop around illegal. No cop around all legal. Not this stuff. This is actually legal. Alright, we've got a minute. That's nice. So we're gonna open all these boxes. Wow. Fat fingered my belt. 4k shield and 94% dodge while I open these strong lock boxes. Clearly, like bacon has an irrational phobia clowns in boxes. this. I mean, we found a rogue's diary. Means we're gonna get a ruby, right? If you can do this one. No. A bad chest. Or a no gem chest. I've noticed that the scrolls go up and down in value probably the most by a baseline amount. Like this is 4 gold now, but they were 6 gold yesterday, day before yesterday. It's like a ruby going from 100 gold to 150. We got a corium. Nice. How much gold can you make per day if you fully pump? Okay, I had a full pump day about 2 weeks ago. It's still up on the live section. I made 4,000 gold in one day. It was a good day. There's never been any recorded instance of an epic dropping from a TBC chest. So the answer is no. Because if there was even a 1 in 10,000 chance, we would have seen it a long time ago. We kept our water walking. Nice. I saw you didn't sell Eternium. It's Corium that I didn't sell. I'm keeping them for phase 5, which is a super long-term investment. And it might not pay off. I may be wrong. Because if everybody else has the same idea, and in phase 5, the market's just going to be flooded with a load of Corium, right? We've got 30 seconds. We're going to pause it. Take our screeny. Pause.
Take time if you need. Go on.
Okay. Take our screenshot. Oops. And we got a 2-star balloon. Yeah, brother, you and me both. I got 2-star balloon here. And then yesterday, I got 6 of them in SV. It was just now 291 gold per hour. Mana tunes 289. I think that was Steamvault. Yes. 251. And Mana tunes 200. We didn't pick much in those first two. Okay.
I have one-of-a-kind items.
They're not
Remember,
as different as I thought. Let's go back in for another Mana Tombs. Shenanigans. And all the gems and ores are really cheap. Of course, everybody's geared up their mains, gemmed them out, finished their professions. There's no market. You're trying to sell flip-flops in the winter. So we wait. But even so, the same is true for all the other farms. Except maybe the enchanting stuff. Those are getting nuked. But we're in a dip. That's okay. It'll bounce back. And then there'll be another dip. And then it'll bounce back. Oh, I sold that cape. Like, what was that, 150 gold or something? That frost protection cape. Nice one. That is the benefit of Steamvaults, though. That protection gear. Like, that was 150 gold, I think. Five greater painter essence already. Good start. Two greater planers from the last green. Nice.
This had better be good. Our time.
$280 is very low for Steamvaults. Yeah, I know. It's just one 5-set lockout. That's why we need, yeah, a lot more bigger sample size. But I have removed gems. That's an important thing to note. I removed gems from the Kiwi. Maybe I shouldn't though. I was thinking it's 2 RNG and it will skew. Because it's so RNG, you need a much larger sample size to get a more balanced average. But maybe we'll just keep doing this MT versus SV series and include everything and do like 100 runs of each and then make a video at the end. The problem with that then is fluctuating prices in the market. And you might say, but that applies to both. And it does. But if you get a big gem cluster, you know, around a raid night when the gem prices have increased by 20%, it'll skew the data. So then you'd need an even larger sample size where we could control for that just on the basis of the sample size averaging out. Mate, lies are easy. The truth is much more difficult. Alright, they're back to 88. Right. Boreum ore have jumped back up to over 2. I bought gear. I bought a lot of them. Maybe 200. This price. Because I thought there's no way they're going to go lower. If they do, it's not going to be by much. So I made 15% at this price. But phase 5, that's when we'll make our money. Nice little boost before TBC. These pots. 6 gold. Okay, enough of this madness. Going back to Mana Tombs, boys.
What now? Where the living?
Flip-flops in the winter. What prot gear sells good? Nature protection and frost protection sell well at the moment because SSC is coming. And in SSC, the next raid, this guy, Hydros, does water phase and a poison phase. So tanks need frost protection and nature protection. And I think one of these does something as well. But yeah, frost and nature prot. Capes, rings, necklaces should sell pretty well. Wonder can we do MT in full Bloodfang? Just change the swords. Gonna try it. Get 5% extra poison application and can heal myself a little bit. Let's give it a go. We don't need all of this. We'll get rid of some of it.
The dark times will pass.
And again, we don't really have to worry about bag space now, because after 5 runs, we're resetting and clearing our bags anyway. Need a bio. The road just hit 66. You think any of this is possible under 70? I mean, you could go to Manitoums. Can probably get it's gonna be a lot of work. Probably better just to blast to 70, bro. You could go into Manitoums though. It's a couple of easy mines. Pickpocket farm there. If you can't find groups for dungeons, you can't be arsed questing, and you're bored, you just want to gold farm a bit, go to Manitoums. It's a challenge as well. You know, see what you can get. You've got your adrenaline rush, blade flurry. What's your weapons though? What's your main hand weapon specifically? Let's not try anything janky. Let's just do it normal. Why can't I sap him? Very weird. Poisons? I've been scammed. Hopefully that's not literal. Five gold. 2 blues I disenchanted from my last runs. Both turned into void crystals. instead of 19 gold prismatics. Oof. I don't know. Wait, void crystals are classic, right? Oh shit. I'm gonna die here, aren't we? Oh my god. Still, I'm not using my belt.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter. As I am a gracious host, I will tend to you.
Keep him here. We can lose him, right? Just thought of that. But not enough. We need to reposition. Yeah, let's pick. We've got 3.5 minutes. Might help to be in the right spec. Yeah. It's weird that they don't aggro. Did I miss a chest? Am I going daft? No, mana worm chest. Right.
What is this? You must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter. As I am a gracious host, I will tell you.
We have prep. Be nice to pick the entire instance. on the way out. Hello, info about the spell hit. Myth or true? It's true, bro. Here, watch this. The best gold farm and TVC anniversary. No NG edition. It's in there. If you want to learn, watch it. You'll learn a lot. $50 needed. Not 100% sure yet how much is needed. For mana tombs, a lot less. For example, I have 125, 9.91, but I'm literally just maxing out my spell hit beyond what the theory is to test it. Oh, at about 50 spell hits. Sounds like a decent start. Watch the video, then ask some questions. You're welcome, bro. Anytime. Can you cloak the explosion? Yes. You can cloak the explosion. Cloak the mana worm explosion. That's what you mean. When you vanish through Gruul's slam, also. I'm assuming you know that's possible, but right at the end of his cast, you vanish and he won't slam you, like knock you away. So you need to do that to get the best DPS. Oh. But after he slams, even if you vanish through it, you'll have his Thunderclap debuff, which reduces your movement speed and your attack speed. You cloak that. So it's vanish and then cloak immediately. Then you're good. You can cloak poisons. It's such a nice. All existing harmful spell effects. Increases your chance to resist all spells by 90%. Or maybe you mean something else? Yeah, for the worms, yeah. An arcane explosion. But you reckon the gear for MT is kind of feels like a no-go for a fresh 70. It's not that bad. So for example, the kind of rule of thumb with gear for any kind of combat farming or any kind of combat in general, the lower your gear, the more stuff you need to use. So for example, in those pulls, if I had bad gear, I'd sap one, Blade Flurry, Adrenaline Rush, try and get both of them down. Kill one of them. I'd use my evasion. I'd blind the other one and bandage. I'd use a healing pot. I'd pull out all my tricks. And fresh 70, get yourself a half decent main hand weapon. Stock up on healing pots, bandages, and you should be alright.
What is this? Oh, you must forgive me. I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter, as I am a gracious host, I will tell you.
I got a noble topaz. Very nice. Very, very nice. a step behind him. That's a recipe for disaster. I am warming up the Manitombs, I have to say. I think it's probably definitely less fun to watch, and it's still less gold per hour. I think when I get better at SV, when I say better, I mean optimizing the runs for speed, using my belt on my boots all the time instead of forgetting to use them. I'm still in the habit of recording for the non-NG video. So I was in there for a week not using belt or boots. I've conditioned myself. I need to recondition myself. So yeah, 35. $36, okay. Time to book. Light cloak and shade of Rance, yeah, that doesn't work. But you can remove his slowing effect with the cloak. So, no, it's not unlucky. It doesn't work. I've been there, bro. But you can basically stay on him and keep DPSing him right until about 2 seconds from the end of the cast. Then it's cloak, sprint, and run to the edge of the room. But you gotta make sure that you're... I was right at the edge last Kara, and he still hit me with it. So try not to be greedy like me. Oh, chill, that's the main reason I like it. It's less sweaty. Sure, 100%. You know, I get it. It is nice. Eight seconds left on Trinket. Make the most out of that. Low, cloak. Missiles, kick. We're saving our energy in case his hands go white. Wow, was that 2 rich addies? Nice.
What is this? You must forgive me, but I was not expecting company. As you can see, we are somewhat preoccupied right now. But no matter, as I am a gracious host, I thank you.
Yeah, what the hell? Okay. I'm looking your boots and then stealth. Let's find out. It's our last run. Boots are up. Yes, we can. Nice. Make a macro for that. Use boots, cast stealth. No. Bruce sprint, yes. Yes. I just started using improved sprint in my other build to get rid of the NG nets in SV. But yes. I don't actually spec into this in my combat build because you can remove most of the raid instance speed impairing effects with cloak, and I'd rather have, because you go 2 in here and 1 in here, that's kind of what the BIS lists say. And then you can go your, 5 vial and whatever. Now I'm in improved exposed armor. I should probably have these in here, actually. I should. In any case, it's usually 2 here and 1 there. But since Cloak, especially in phase 1, removes most of these anyway, I would much rather have the extra 0.75 minutes, which is what, 45 seconds, cooldown on my evasion mainly, but also sprint. And the evasion is because when you're doing trash packs, you can go ham and not worry too much about threat 45 seconds earlier every time, which adds up to you being able to just push that extra pump a lot more on every like 3rd pack or whatever it is. You can go ham on an extra one because you've got your evasion up and you're not going to get 2 or 3 shot. What am I doing here? Switch back. There's a bit of play in the combat meta build. There's a couple of points you can swap around. They're not too like strict, which I like. In mana teams, it's better to main target the melee mob. The caster will die from Blade Flurry. No, my logic there was it's better to target the caster because they have lower armor, so your hits do more, and they Blade Flurry across and do more hits on the higher armor targets. I think that's how it was in Classic. So you're actually doing more DPS that way. That might have changed. So I will check that out. Thank you for the feedback. Also, the melee mobs, I don't have to kick them. Casters cast spells, and if I've already cloaked, I do not want a spell coming in on me if I can help it. That's why I usually kill casters first. In this situation, I'll sap him and then just kill them both. great combat here. He's dead, I think. Yeah. We have done anything there. We could have waited for evasion to be off cooldown. Kinda got a bit cocky. Pretty much used everything. It was the poison that killed us. And we'd already cloaked the first guy. That's the problem with 2 stalkers. That's alright. You live, you learn, you die, you learn. Shh, shh, shh. Were you an MMA fighter in another life? I was not an MMA fighter. I did train. I did some training. Taekwondo training when I was younger. Thousand kicks to warm up. Tab and kick and tab again. Yeah, I do that. When you have 2 melee, sap 1 melee, kill, melee, blue. Hey, if that's the way you like to do it, that's the way you like to do it. Been farming for 2 months is the safest, fastest way. Sure, maybe. If I saw you on the street, I think you're an MMA fighter versus a WoW player. Yeah, there's a Muay Thai coach who's lives next to me. I'm chatting to him. And he's like, oh, so where do you train? I don't train. Like, he looked like a fighter. Just genetics, I suppose. I mean, I have had abs all my life without having to train. So I think that's just genetics, to be honest. Give it a shot, maybe it works out for you as well. I've been doing it that way too, mixing it up. 50 MT runs in here. About what, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago? Trying out different things. Like these guys, for example, I sap him, then tab target to kick, so on. Mouse over macro your kicks. You can. It's another way of doing it. You can see if they're casting and then tab to kick. The mouse over macro, you see, I like to have I don't have strafe buttons. Q and E here are the closest and most valuable keybinds. So to strafe, like this, I hold down my right click and press A and D. And that frees up these 2 incredibly valuable keybinds for me. Which means when I'm in a fight, I like to keep my right button down as I'm moving around. So mouse over kicks for me are not as fluid as tab targeting and kicking because of the way that I play. think flurry still ignores armor reduction in TBC, so you'd be right. It ignores it, but it doesn't copy the damage you do on the first target. It hits the second target as if you actually hit it. Doesn't make sense though, does it? If it ignores it, and it ignores it. Yeah, it ignores it, but it doesn't copy the damage. Hold on, I think flurry still ignores armor reduction. TBC. Reduction? You mean armor values? So you can do 1k sinister on the melee, and blade flurry can hit the caster for 1.2. But if you do the 1k sinister on the caster, you're going to be doing more than 1k because it has less armor. And then it's going to hit the melee for what? I just did a long pull on 4 in SV and missed the frog jump, still got it after a failure. Yeah. You've got water walking up and you just keep running on the water, right? It's the beauty of missing the frog. If you fail to kiss the frog, you can still turn into a prince. I may be wrong, but that's what I noticed. Focusing casters is always the best. No water walking. That's the meta I have in my mind anyway, that focusing casters is best. But you could be right. I may be wrong, but that's what I noticed. That's usually how I always start my comments. I'm talking to people about something. I may be wrong. I've been humbled so many times and I've learned so much from other people. I thought it was the same way as you, that if you hit 1k on your primary, it will copy 1k to your secondary, regardless of the second's armor value. Huh. It's a waste. Hey, where's my K farm gone? There we go. Oh wow, we're way behind time from the chat. It's okay. And the death. To be honest. Probably more the death. Grab these and then we'll pause it. It's 5 runs, isn't it? Yeah, let's go. Get a noble topaz. And a gold per hour for mana. I'm gonna go look at some logs to confirm. Let's ask my good friend Rock. I don't mean this guy. Check this out. This is funny as hell. Yeah, his name. We're asking Grok, the true wizard, he who knows all in TBC. That's okay. I might say dumb stuff too. That's all of us, bro. As long as we say dumb stuff together and we don't have an ego about it. That's it. Then you're good. You're like, I could be wrong. And hey, look, you could be right. And if you are, you're making me and everybody in the chat a better rogue. So, much appreciated. And we can confirm it once and for all. So, all good actually. This is how this was my secret to proving once and forever that you could get TBC epics in the pre-patch. I asked Grok to comb through all the servers, forums, specifically looking for pickpocket targets that could drop TBC lockboxes, and it spit out blasted lands. And from there, went on to develop the Zul'Gurub farm, which was unknown before that. Well, I say that, but I could be wrong. I didn't know about it, and I never heard anything about it. But other people may have come up with it, but I don't think anybody had found an epic before. In fact, they hadn't, because Wowhead put my video on their site as proof. Now, I take this with a grain of salt, by the way, whether it says I'm right or wrong, because AI's lie. But it's a good start. No, the flurry damage to the nearby mob is not based on the damage you deal to the cast or primary target. It's calculated independently using the mob's nearby own armor and defenses. Okay. In TBC Anniversary Realms, Blade Flare increases your attack speed. Yep. Yep. Your attack, white hit, sinister strike, whatever, is fully resolved against the primary target. This includes hit, miss, crit, armor mitigation, so on. At the same time, a separate attack hits the secondary target. The extra attack is calculated independently against the mob's stats. Okay. Player tests and comments on the official TBC spell page. Confirm this. Okay, that's a Wowhead source. Good. Shadow Panther, my favorite and oldest rogue website. Old advice you might see. Target the spellcaster, low armor mob first, so the other mob takes the same damage, is outdated or based on prefix behavior from early vanilla testing. Later patch explicitly made this okay. And that's how it works on the final version. Practical takeaway. Focus on the caster. You get max damage on the caster. The nearby mob still only takes damage reduced by its own armor. There's no transfer. Yeah, so this old rogue adage applies. As a rogue, you focus on the casters. This is standard for Blade Flurry Cleave in TBC. Yeah. There we go, we're all learning. We are all learning. Thank you, Grok. You're a genius. Right, let's send our gear over. We did 1 mana, 1 SV, 1 mana, 1 SV, 1 mana. Let's do 1 more SV.
Choose wisely. Farewell.
Let's open these boxes, huh? No, bro, you're not listening. So if you hit the melee as primary, you deal more flurry damage on the caster. I just read it out. Wow, head sources. I'm not going through it again. At the end, it said practical takeaway: focus on the caster. They're independent of each other. So if you attack the melee or the caster, it's going to do independent damage on the other one. So it doesn't matter which one you attack first in terms of the blade flurry damage. But it matters to attack the caster first and kill it quickly, so you have less incoming damage and or spell damage. And they die faster. If you focus on the melee, he's got more armor. Takes longer to kill him. You've got 2 mobs on you then for a longer amount of time. That's more incoming damage. So focus caster, kick caster. It's like the same principle as when you're in a group in a dungeon, right? And everybody is focusing on a different target. The tank's attacking something, the hunter's attacking a different target, the rogue's on a different target, and nothing is dying quickly. And the healer's like, why don't you just attack the same target? When you're all focused on one target, it dies quicker. And the logic there is that you don't have as much incoming damage. And you get down to less damage incoming quickly. So, same logic applies when you focus on the caster. And you don't have to tab target to kick. And that's all I'll say about that.
The reckoning is at hand. Your gold is welcome here. We will have justice. State your business. Farewell.
Okay, we screened that. And we got the gem. So let's finish. And go over to Petrovich. Get some swag. All the monies. Everything. 1 second, guys. No way that's actually selling for 100 gold. Let's find out. ODs. Yeah, that's exactly correct. I've done 5 lockout 1 hour mana tombs, and I've done 2 SVs. So I've done 5 mana, then into SV for 5, back to MT for 5, into SV for 5. And we've done 3 1 hour lockouts of mana tombs. And we're just about to go back into SV. And we're going to probably, to be honest, keep doing that for a while, moving forward. Or at least until I have enough data to make a robust conclusion and then turn it into a video. But I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised. I thought the difference between both of them would be a lot more. Now, I may have gotten lucky with certain drops in MT. SV is still more, but I haven't factored in the price of consumables yet, and so on. The gold difference, that's way too early to tell, but I can show you the screenshots if you want to see. They modified. Huh, they shouldn't be in there. Maybe they should that. That was the first mana tombs. I have left gem drops out of the Iwi farm, but I screenshotted the gems that I have got in their respective dungeons because it skews the gold per hour too much. Gem drops are so few relative to the other things in the dungeon. So I'm just looking purely at the assets in the dungeon. For now. Okay. Do it like this. That is mana tombs on the left. Total gold per hour 207, 289, 242. Steamvault 291 and 250. So there was a time, there was one lucky mana tomb run that beat this SV. But the unlucky one is like 50 gold less than this, not counting gems. And I scanned the auction house earlier today with my alt, and all of these values are based off that scan. So they're all based off the same auction house scan. Now, if I were to rescan it now, and suddenly the Fell Iron or Addy had dropped, and I was to then redo this, it would not be a fair comparison. So we're going to do these, and then there'll be, whenever I finish this, maybe one more SV, and we'll see. Maybe I'll do one more of each, or play a bit of hardcore. But either way, when I'm finished the block, it'll get saved as a comparison for that day. And then we'll move on, we'll do some more. Again, I didn't add the gems because they skew the gold per hour too much. And if we just assume for now that you get the same gem drop rate in both, and the same gems can drop, obviously they can, but if they drop at the same rate, you would need so much data in order to make a robust conclusion about that anyway. So that'll be very difficult to do. But we'll leave the gems out, and we're just talking about gold from chests, disenchanting greens from chests, the scroll value, the mana pot value, healing pot value, the ore value, and the gas cloud in SV. Okay, I need to run downstairs for a minute. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and we'll go into SV.
Keep your wits about you.
I got back before lockout. That's nice. Mini chocolate muffins. Delish. But not nutrish. Kebabs and muffins. A strict diet. Keep me lean. Mean. Old farming machine. SV doesn't pull twice as much. We don't have enough data. But I would guess before factoring in the price of consumables, which is a big factor, I'm going to guess fees 25% more. Pull a drop from Pickpocket. Yeah. This is the original healing potion. Probably more of a haste potion, actually. But it's an essential. 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 Gold farming consumable. I don't know why the sound isn't coming through my Mac anymore. The game sound, that is. See if it's a World of Warcraft thing or a Mac thing. No, it's a Mac thing. Two 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 five. We're growing, boys. We are growing. Let me plug this out and plug it in again. Any verdict yet? What's your impression so far of the two farms in comparison? SV is still more gold per hour, but it's not more than I thought it would be more than it is. Two one two. We're good there. Uh-huh. Okay, working that way.